Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design. Hey, yo, whoop, wrong one. There we go, that's right side up. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Daryl Grant, wait, is my audio on? It is on. Am I loud enough? Let me know. Daryl Grant, Colin Gallagher, Tental Kos, Zero Tank, Amadarbello, Figuroar, Bello Figur. Close enough? Kyokuse. Anthony Dramazine, S4 Bin. Who else do we have here? On call. And that's everybody so far. Hello, everybody. Renola Dominguez and Tiu Fioretto. It's a noon stream. Hello, yes, the rare non-nighttime stream. These will definitely, this is going to be one of the last ones for a while because we are very close to my wife working on Fridays again. She currently has Fridays off as part of her leave from babydom, but that's ending soon. What is up, everybody? What is up? Oops, put a little music on. In the background, we are digging through big pile of sketches. I just feel like I have so much stuff sitting in my folios that is just like abandoned, and I just feel like poking at stuff for a bit. And whenever I say that, whenever I commit to something early on in stream, that always means I will wind up not doing it. So I will start there and I'll do that for about 15 minutes, and then to be a contrarian towards myself, I will then start a new sketch instead. Let me see something here. Hold on, I'm just checking the filters on my... Is my delay on? Yes, I forget which one. Do you guys, first off, am I loud enough? Does my voice sound clear? And two, does my audio look unsynced? It looks unsynced to me, but that doesn't mean that's what it looks like to you guys. Does it look like my lips match my words? Does everything look normal, basically? Because I messed with my settings. I was doing a sound check for something else, and I have two separate video delays, and I should label them, but I forget which one is the delay for streaming and which is the delay for recording to make my lips match my words. So now I'll turn around. While you guys let me know, let's honor some patrons. Since the last stream that we have 3 new patrons. We have Sog Haley Lewis, Grace, and E. Castro. Thank you so much. Sageli Lewis, Grace, and E. Castro. I appreciate you guys becoming patrons. I appreciate you putting your money where your mouth is and supporting what we do here on stream, which is drawing. What we do here is draw. Yeah, it means a lot to me. You guys, you support, you get into the Discord. You get all the exclusive Patreon content. Just so people who don't know, you sign up for the Patreon. First off, you get into the Discord, great community. We got a bunch of people in there. They're always chatting. They're always, having little creative debates about art and the nature of art, always in good nature. And the great thing is, because they're all coming through this lens, through this filter of the Zapata streams, it's pretty high level what goes on in there. Everyone's a little crazy, and it obviously that's a vibe that we're okay with. So if you're looking for a little online community, post your word, chat with people where you already know people are coming into it nuts and cracked, you might be interested in the Patreon. You also get all the exclusive stuff that I've dumped onto Patreon. The other day, I put the first draft of part of my next YouTube script, talking about some AI stuff. So I put that first draft there, asking for feedback from people, seeing what questions they had, if things were confusing. I already got a bunch of great comments on that. Thank you so much for the people who commented. It'll help me as I go in and do the follow-up drafts of that, the corrections to that, but then also as I do the subsequent parts of the script. So there's exclusives like that. I don't want to share that stuff just broadly, publicly. I want to share that with people who get it and have my best interest at heart. And I think that Patreon is a good community for that. So there's also exclusive audio. I do diary posts in there every now and then. I do little audio posts or just sort of talk to myself while I cook breakfast or while my baby is screaming, trying to get my attention, things like that. So E. Castro, Grace, and Salgaili Lewis, you've got access to all of that. Thank you so much for your support. Very happy to have you in there. And the dogs are barking. The dogs are barking. My dogs are barking, which is an Irish saying for my feet hurt. Have you guys ever heard that one? My dogs are barking. Actually, is it Irish? It might just be general saying. I'm gonna start here poking at the dryad for a bit. I had lost this drawing when I moved. I did not know where it was. I had left it unfinished. I had done it on a Proco stream a while ago. And there were various times I wanted to keep going on it and I could not find it anywhere. It just disappeared in the move. I was collecting sketches for a book that my work is gonna be published in. I was doing that last week, so I didn't stream last week. At the end of the week there, I was sort of dashing to get all the materials together. But as I was digging through old sketches, this fell out of a random pad of paper that I had that I forgot I had. And I guess when I was moving, I just shoved it in there to protect it, and I completely forgot that it was. I don't know how I ever would have remembered that it was in this. It was just a blank pad of unused paper, and I just tucked it into the back. Never would have found it if not for this. So let's poke at it a little. Jealous Gobin says, hey there, Steven, loving the design course so far. Really helping tie together the disparate skills and knowledge of my practice. Very happy to hear that. Jealous Goban. Does that mean jealous goblin? The jealous goblin. Let me make myself. If anyone has questions or anything like that. I was thinking of trying to do this stream a little different. I was thinking of trying to do this one a little different where I talked up front and then tried to buckle down on drawing for a bit. But now that I'm sitting here, I got my coffee, drawings in front of me, I got you guys talking. Now I'm just like easing right in instead to the usual stuff. After we poked at this one for a bit, I think I want to poke at this one for a bit, this burning guy. I don't know exactly how I feel about this one, but I want to explore more. I got a bunch of unfinished sketches there. Can you draw a fast ninja sketch for ninja lovers? There, that was a suitable warm-up. Zero Tank says, Steven, do you know Jonathan Liveslist? I do not. I do not know them. Damn, it's hot in here. Why is it hot in here? Can't be having this. The heat's going good today. Rare. I gotta get rid of my nice comfy flannel. Cryo Monster says, love the content. Surprisingly, you're one of my few followed artists that streams here on YouTube. I appreciate it, man. My pleasure. I do love to stream. Oh no, I spit coffee onto my drawing. There's probably not much I can do about that. Unnoticeable. All right, I've not looked at this in a long time. What the hell was my plan here? What was my plan? Hi, watercolor artiste, who says howdy from Northwest Georgia. Howdy from Nueva York. Amador Bella Figueroa Arabella Figur says, do you have any tips for someone who wants to be a teacher online? You put the students first, always. There's a lot to that psychologically, but I think that the era of people trying to teach art by controlling the vision of their students, I think that era is over. I think that's the main thing that we need to stop doing. There's no need anymore to reduce the way people draw to the way that you want them to draw, to one modality. As far as I'm concerned, the royal we don't do that anymore. Daryl says, if I remember correctly, you stated your plan for it on the Proco stream. Yes, I did, but I don't want to go and watch that right now on stream to remind myself of what I want. I could go digging for the reference board that I made for it, because I think I might have had like a value plan on there. Maybe I'll do that in a little bit, but right now I'm just gonna touch it. Before I start putting concepts in my head, I'm just going to touch it. Drawings are physical artifacts, and the great thing about them, one of the many great things about them, is that you can just re-enter their alternate reality by touching them and letting them tell you, here's what I am. Hun Snapper says, hi Steven, man, I'm having so much fun at assignment 6, especially with the character sheet. I'm glad. That assignment is supposed to be maximum fun. We've seen a couple. Actually, I think maybe last night I was doing the feedback for Yuri. And I forget now, but I think Yuri might have been the first person to post assignment 6. And his Pinocchio explorations were awesome. I mean, he did so many scenes. I thought the emotes were so creative. Clearly was having a lot of fun. So check out Yuri's if you haven't seen it. I thought he did a great submission. Hello, where's my stump? Zanatila says, you don't scream and insult each other on the server? Then I'm out, sorry. I just like to get mad for no reason and argue with strangers. You know, if you put a $5 paywall on a Discord server, that automatically handles a lot of the trolling problems. I'm not sure I would ever have a free Discord. And if I ever open a free Discord, I'm not sure you guys should join it. I think you need there needs to be a little stakes. I mean, I won't lie, I've seen the occasional argument in there in the Discord, but all the ones that I can remember, even when they got very heated, maturity won out, surprisingly, and everybody apologized without any coaxing from me or a mod or anything like that. You know, I just woke up to find the artifacts of these arguments. Maturity won out in all of the cases I can remember, and everybody apologized to each other and removed the ill will. People were willing to eat crow. Say that was my bad. Rare. I would say my favorite thing about the Discord is that unlike most art servers, nobody in there is trying to control each other's art. And that's because, you know, if you were interested in doing that, I don't think you would be watching my YouTube or anything like that. It's like everybody got the memo, you know? So people give each other advice and talk about art, but miraculously, no one's trying to control each other's art and tell each other what to do, and, you know. And if you guys have ever been in another art Discord or an art forum or something like that, it's quite common for someone to elect themselves mayor of art and decide that it's their responsibility to crit everybody's stuff and move everything more towards their personal prejudice. And that's just such a common annoyance in those communities, and that never emerged on my Discord because, like I said, like, why would you wouldn't be supporting this channel if you thought that was a good idea, you know? Everything worked out great. Everything's coming up roses. Jealous Papers says the quality of Discord is seriously excellent. It is. A very good crew over there. Akash says, I'm a beginner. I am trying to build the habit of finishing pieces. Any tips on it that can help? It's a very hard thing. I mean, there really is a certain point where you just have to commit. In the beginning, if you struggle with it, some people just don't struggle with it at all. They're just very committed to finishing everything they start, which is a blessing. But if you struggle with it, definitely try to involve some accountability system. Like make it a habit to like join competitions or submit to art shows and things like that. Just stuff that gives you deadlines to work towards, even if you're a beginner. You know what I need for this drawing? I need my big stump, but I have no idea where my big stump is. God, those dogs are lucky I'm streaming right now. If I wasn't streaming right now, oh my God. The holy hellfire I would bring down upon them. Had poor Fanny at the vet last night. She's not feeling too well. She'll be all right, nothing serious, but it's been going on for a while. This morning, I had to collect a urine sample for Fanny. That was the first time I've had to do that. I've had to get poop samples, never urine sample before, and a poop sample is more direct, For those curious, I had to duct tape a soup ladle to a broom, to the end of a broom, and then take her on a walk, and when she squatted to pee, I had to slide the ladle right under the danger zone. You should have seen me out in the street holding this tiny sample cup with piss in a soup ladle, but you have to understand the soup ladle is duct taped to a broom, so it's about 5 feet long. So I'm gripping it up at the top by the soup ladle to try to not get piss on my fingers. But you imagine the balance on a 5 foot long soup ladle. So I'm like very gingerly trying to tip this into this tiny cup while I'm trying to balance from the back of my hand, 5 feet of weight over there. It was horrible. You should have seen me out in the street. Oh, I look like a fucking idiot. That's how the vet told me to do it, by the way. I didn't make that up. I didn't make up that system. That's how the vet told me to collect the sample. She literally told me, duct tape a soup ladle to the end of a broom. You know, now that I'm a dad, it's like 60% of my day is dealing with some form of feces or urine. That's most of my day. My life has gotten very earthy, highly scatological, excrementary. It's like if it's not my son pooping his pants, it's Fanny having water diarrhea. The other dog eating the other dog's poop. It's just like, all I do is think about poop all day. All day. How you doing, Joey? Riss Boggett says, first time seeing you live? Incredible. Incredible. Okay, I've decided that most of what needs to be done on this drawing is leaves And that's not the most compelling thing to do on stream for me right now. So I'm gonna switch to another sketch. Let's poke at this one for a bit. I don't think I'll ever get through those leaves doing them on stream. You know, 100 leaves feels much more like something to do while zoned out on a podcast rather than while being constantly interrupted by answering questions on stream. Best tip for drawing trees, grow them like a real plant grows. That's the best tip I've got. Just think like, it's less about how to draw them, and it comes down to like, what is a tree? Why are they structured the way they are? Why do trees look the way they do? You can ask those questions about anything, but consider this. Trees have an anatomy. They have an actual anatomical structure that is determined by the laws of nature. And if you want to draw trees regularly, it's worth it to familiarize yourself with some of those laws, those anatomical laws, those anatomical rules. There's just straight up rules to how they branch, what the volumes are, what the masses are. Investigate those things. You investigate them, by the way, by observing trees in real life very, very closely. How much do those drawings cost? I don't sell my drawings. I might, I just haven't so far. I don't sell my originals. When I do, they won't be cheap. Tell you that. Brother, we're gonna have starting prices and then we're only going up from there. I love my originals. It's hard for me to imagine sending them away. I decided I want the middle of the forms to feel more open and light like the legs do down here. Anthony says, start a college fund for your son, sell your drawings and all funds go in there. Well, he doesn't need me to sell his drawings to get a college fund. He'll get his college fund one way or the other. Have you found a fixative you trust? I've been using SpectraFix. It seems a lot of artists do, and it's been the best one so far. I only use the Winsor Newton spray fix. I haven't tried any other ones really. Winsor Newton's an old brand. I feel like they're trustworthy. They're an old brand that has archivally shepherded many pieces of professional art. And the can's got the word professional on it, so it can't be that bad, right? I rarely fix drawings, but when I do, that's the one that I use. Hey Stephen, I'm an illustrator and I'm searching for my own style. Nowadays, I'm not only struggling to stand out among other colleagues, but I'm also competing with AI. AI really demotivates me. You're in good company. I wish that I could take the stance that some of my peers do and just be like, what are you talking about? How could AI demotivate you? Like, just keep, nothing's ever gonna stop me. I'm too strong. It can't beat me, all that. I love you guys. I do. My buddies who talk like that, you know who you are if you're listening. And I'm proud of you guys. I really am. I love you guys. And I wish I could be more like you. I do. But if I'm perfectly honest, sucks. I mean, this shit sucks. I find it demotivating as well. I find it demotivating for specifically like what Staining is talking about, like someone who's just trying to get a grip on things and find their way in the art world, having to compete with AI is bullshit. Bullshit, man. What consolations can I give you? Like I said, you're in good company. You're not the only person who's depressed and demotivated about it. I'm right there with you. I get depressed and demotivated about it. I think about AI constantly, right? And I resent it for now how much time I spend. I resent how much time I spend thinking about AI art and not art. That bothers me, right? It's like I always had huge bandwidth for thinking about art, and once AI happened, I found like 50% of that bandwidth was now taken up thinking about AI's place in art and what it all means philosophically and how we're going to overcome it. And it's like, that's all important stuff, but I resent it. I miss when my brain was preoccupied with technical questions and thinking about Sargent's biography or whatever the hell. Like that was a better time. What's happening with AI is going to force you to reorient your entire artistic pursuit and career around what is unique to you. And that probably sounds almost trite at this point, and a lot of people say it, but I think that a lot of people don't understand how deep it actually goes when people say it. The future of art, I've been thinking about this a lot, every single day. And I'm predicting here, right? And so predictions are bullshit, right? But future casting is all we can do, right? We all have to do some fortune telling here. I think the future of art is, it's gotta be about your whole life. You really have to incorporate your whole experience into your work going forward. I really think that's the way things are going to go. Drawing people, illustrators, who before felt like there was some great distance between them and fine artists, I personally think that's going to collapse. I think that we drawers are going to have to incorporate a lot of the fine art thinking and make that part of our practice as well, even if we are strictly trying to stay within the illustrating, drawing lane. That kind of thinking is very high-minded, very highfalutin, you know? It's the kind of stuff that a lot of you guys are probably very used to making fun of instead of learning. But, you know, as someone, you know, I grew up in New York, in the art world of New York. I used to make fun of it too. And then I started spending more time with people who thought that way and hearing about their art and being exposed to the good versions of that art. So I know that there's actually plenty of great stuff in there. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. We're gonna have to learn it. We're all going to have to start incorporating that. The aspects of art or the aspects of drawing that are fungible, that is to say they can be repeated, right? So turning yourself into an artist who fits a mold, who meets the style of a company, who tries to hit some sort of imagined quality marker for the freelance market or something like that. I think there's a version of that that still works right now and will work for a bit, for some time. I don't think in the long run that is going to be sustainable. I always need to say here, and I always forget to say, some people are really trying to make being an illustrator work and stuff like that. They're really trying to make it work as a livelihood. Like they need it to make them a respectable amount of money. And then other people, a lot of artists just, they have another good job or they have someone who's going to support them and they're really not doing it for the money. So I always need to make the disclaimer. What I just said, everything I just said, really applies most to the people who are trying to do it as a career where they need it to support them, right? So yeah, I think if you need your art to support you, you're gonna need to be able to stand out. You need to get much more personal. You need to onboard fine art thinking, and you're gonna have a lot of trouble if you are just trying to be like, you know, my work is the perfect fit for company B, right? I've matched that style perfectly. It's like, okay, even if for now company B is saying they don't want to use AI, the thing AI is best at is matching the style of company A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, whatever, right? There's got to be something else to your art. So if you need to find other ways to stand out, you need to find other, especially if you're basing your self-satisfaction in art in matching those things, I think you're gonna have to move on from that. Most people are gonna have to move on from that. If you don't need money, if you already have a great job and you are doing art basically to prove to yourself that you're just doing art as a hobby, and if people are talking in a career, when people use career language, even though they have other sources of money, often they're doing art and trying to make it a career really just to prove to themselves or to somebody else that they are a good artist, even though they don't need the money. If you are that in that realm, you don't have to just do whatever you want. You know, it really just matters less. It really does just matter less. If you're in that situation, go ahead and try to match the style of company X so that you finally get the email that says, you did it, big boy, you matched the style, we can't believe how good you are. And then you can finally say, you made Papa proud, and then you can do a couple gigs and then quit art because you realize that's all you actually wanted out of it. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm really not. I really think every path is a beautiful thing, but I'm just saying that because so many people do that. Because so many people do that. I don't even remember where I'm coming from now. I don't remember how I got on this. Hey, Steven, do you think art and science are two sides of the same coin? No. There's parts of art that are science. Like, let's say if you want to draw using the rules of light, then that's actually a science question that you then learn to bend towards the illusionism of drawing. Those aspects aside, not everybody wants to draw that way, right? Not everybody's actually interested in matching the rules of light as we see them in reality. If you're not one of those people, then no, I don't think they're the same thing. I think they're very different. I think they meet again. I think they meet again on the level of analysis where we admit that everything is everything else, you know? But in that case, you know, art, science, and poetry are all the same thing. Everything's the same thing. But that's probably not the level of analysis we're using here. I think the idea that, I think there was definitely a vogue there for a while where people wanted to tell themselves that art was a science. I never bought that really. Well, maybe there was a brief time where I bought it, but not a long time. I think that was like all things like that, that was basically an ism, you know, that was a vogue. Now it's going out of style, thank God. And you should be glad, because if art is a science, then certainly AI can do all of it. So you don't want it to be a science. Can we stop talking, Abstract 955 says, can we stop talking about AI and just do art? Aren't you guys tired of constant stressing over something you can't control? For me, that's not the right way. I mean, the AI issue has become a political issue. And I don't think that burying your head in the sand is the right call on this one. Worrying, obviously, worrying or stressing is never actually contributing to a situation. Not all of us are the fucking Buddha, so we can't just turn off our worrying and stress. But I think it is important to talk about it and to think about it deeply, because if we don't, and certainly if you bury your head in the sand, you have to understand the AI, at this point, the AI companies and their products are political institutions that are introducing a media to the world that is going to cause a wholesale transformation of the culture on the same level that radio, television, or the internet did. And we should have learned our lessons from history that when those technologies emerged, it turns out that every technology that emerges, there's good and bad that comes with it. It's never just good and it's never just bad. And a lot of us are already sitting around deeply psychologically damaged by the bads that we got blindsided by for things like television and the internet, right? Which have sort of now, you know, television and the internet have sort of hybridized and come together to, you know, make they're in a very insane state where they've combined, and we have things like iPad Kids and TikTok, right? But we started, like when television first came out, when radio first came out, we did a lot of work to try to actually regulate it up front. We actually were very serious about trying to control them and keep them safe up front. And it's a very interesting history, right? Like when television began, there was actually laws on the books that it needed to be done with a spirit of public service, right? Like everything needed to be broadcast for the public good. And that was actually like
if there was reason to believe that that's not what was going on, you could bring a company into court. We have actually since then, I believe when was it? In the 70s or 80s, we removed those strictures, something like, I forget the years, but that's actually where we began. And then because of political reasons, we removed those controls. And now we've created a different standard where we just all feel like technology is God and we're not allowed to touch it. And then that extended to how the internet began, right? So we've been very, very numb and mute and stupid and just found ourselves completely incapable of doing anything to control the internet, even the aspects that we all hate, like political manipulation and things like that. AI is the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. We thought, the phrase I'm about to use, I actually was thinking of naming one of the sections in my next YouTube video this. We thought AI was going to be the atom bomb. It turns out AI is television. What it's going to be is a new mass media that then goes in and changes our culture in the same way that all mass media has before. And I think that, like I said, all of us now, because of the acceleration of technological progress, have lived through the emergence of a mass media or two. So rather than being stupid about it and ignoring it, we should have learned some lessons and seen that, maybe we could have been smarter about things right at the start, because this is really going to completely change not just our culture, but the nature of our perception, the nature of our attention, the way that we live our lives, how we feel day to day. So all that to say, that is why I think it's important to know, not just ignore it. Take it seriously. As much as you can, sure, don't stress. And if you don't want to be bothered by it, you go right ahead and draw all you want. But don't get in the way of someone like me thinking about it very deeply and trying to fix things. And for everybody else who out there wants to try to help, I think that it's important. But I'm the rare motherfucker who actually tried to do something, huh? Instead of unlike a lot of my peers. I'm the rare motherfucker who actually, I went to Washington, I was in the room with my representative, with your representative that you won't fucking call or send an email to wherever go visit. I had to go see your representative and represent your best interests. While everybody else immediately rolled over like dogs. And the lucky ones, they got pets on the belly. So no, don't ignore it. And don't get in my fucking way. Abstract 955 says, but the only thing that artists can do is keep creating art to remind people why human creativity matters. Is that not the best weapon we have against AI? No. Look at all of the assumptions that you have underwriting that statement. But the Labours with the $5 Canadian, thank you so much, who says, there you go, Stephen, keep fighting for me while I do the other stuff happily. There's a lot of assumptions underwriting a notion like that. Oh, it's the only thing artists can do. The only thing we can do is keep creating art to remind people why human creativity matters. Is that not the best weapon we have against AI? Someone got to you. Do you see that? That's narrative control leaking into you. Let me ask you, who does it benefit for you to think that all you can do is shut up and keep making art? Who benefits from that? Ask yourself, from where did you collect these messages? Who was putting this out in the world? Whose tweets were you reading? What blog posts were you reading? Could some of these notions have come from AI people? Could it have come from people who drank the Kool-Aid immediately with not a modicum of intellectual skepticism that, oh, it's here to stay. Oh, we can't change it. That is merely the technopoly of Western society. Immediately accepting that because we can do it with technology, we must. And we must cede our culture completely to this. If you think that way, then you as an artist are complicit in the complete ceding of control of your culture to technology for its own sake. And that doesn't sound very artistic, doesn't it? You're supposed to be a dealer in culture. You're supposed to be someone who contributes to culture truly. You're not supposed to be someone who gives up control of culture. Sounds like you got fooled, my friend. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't buy the narrative. People. The CEOs of tech companies keep telling me what to think, and for some reason, I don't believe them. For some reason, I don't trust them. Beats me. I guess I'm a weirdo. I guess I'm the weird one. Stay strong, friends. Big push towards giving up these days. Don't give up. Anger can be a useful emotion. It has a utilitarian function. Just try to burn your anger clean. Don't burn oil. Burn unleaded gasoline. Thanks again, Labors, for the dono. And if you're looking out at the AI landscape and you're feeling just dismal, I know it can seem very dismal. It feels like every day you can see another artist that you respect and love suddenly being like, hey, I'm trying out this AI thing. Or even worse, I work for the AI now. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I love a lot of these people with all my heart. And I have to admit, I find it very, very painful whenever I see that. And like I said, it happens all the time now. You may, as you see this happening, you may start feeling like there's no hope, like you're all alone in thinking AI is bad. Remember, you're not alone. There's people like me and a bunch of my friends. We're right there with you. Don't give an inch. Don't give an inch. It's the advice I've always given. It's the advice I'm still gonna give. Don't give an inch. None for me, thanks. Joe says, Steve, do you want to do a nightshade all night again once Beba sleeps through the night someday next year? That could be fun. SL says, there's people like me, evil Jack Nicholson in The Shining look. You think I'm militant? I got some friends who look down on me and they're like, Steven's soft on AI. Like, I'll introduce you to some of them soon enough. Soon enough. Currently studying graphic design. I am so sad to see how accepted it's become in this space. Yeah, I think the first thing that you can do, the first thing you can do for yourself locally is just resist. Do whatever you can to not use it. It seems so obvious that it almost goes without saying, but don't use it, man. Don't use it. Like, I don't use it. And I think I come off not privileged. I'm not some wealthy person or something like that, but when I talk to people about it, it feels sometimes like I come off just privileged by the fact that I don't have an employer, right? Or right now I'm not working for clients who are trying to make me use AI. I just work for myself, right? to varying degrees of success, but no one factors that into the equation. But it seems people give me kind of a look when I'm like, don't give an inch. Like, just do what you can to not use it. Everybody falls back on, I have to. And it always starts a fight, right? And I hate to say it, but it's like, you have to? You know, and you know, you're all gonna fight with me. My family fights with me. Like, that is the narrative control. Have you ever tried not using it and pissing someone off? Have you tried it? Or did you, as soon as you got a little scared, you started using it immediately, right? I'm making enemies right now. I know that. But on the local level, that's the first thing you could do. Because they know you're using it, baby. That's all data for them. That's all data for them to turn against us very soon. Bloodlust says, the thing is that being an artist professionally comes down to making money. And if AI is in all the things that make money right now, then people will use AI. You know, I don't know what to say to stuff like that. I mean, obviously that's an unfalsifiable claim. I mean, it's like, if that's the level that we're at, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, if people have that mindset, you know, they're going in to the art world knowing that they're going to give up the second that it gets pushed on them. They just know, you know, there's no fight left, and they never had fight. You know, you're going in with zero fight in you. If that becomes a situation, they will say that that's being a professional artist, but it isn't. I mean, they're just putting the word artist on that because you can call anyone an artist, you can call anything art, but you'd be a fool to believe it. You know, at that point, we're not artists, we're something else. Rammer says, hey, Steven, what kind of feedback do you give in FFI? What kind of feedback? When you get the feedback version of FFI, you get a round of feedback on all, I think it's 28 assignments, all 28 assignments. So I give you, and what kind of feedback I do, depending on what the assignment, what the submission needs, I do drawovers, edits, write-ups, things like that. I could try to show an example real quick. So just in case for anybody who's curious, so this is the community where I do feedback. This is the exclusive feedback community for Form from Imagination. So here we have a student named Adam's work. So this is for the frontlit cylinder. You post your submission, tell me a little what you were thinking, and I go in and I do a write-up. You can see my write-up here. And I've also got edits and call outs and things to explain sort of what I think went wrong and what you need to do to correct it. That's for the design course. Is this another? So here's another FFI, Jordan Sphere Group. So you post your submission, edits, call outs, notes, a little write-up. So that's basically it. That's two, you know, but I've done literally, I was trying to look through my archive. I've done thousands of these now. It's insane how many of these I've done. I gotta use the restroom. Give me 1 minute. Dave Raposa stopped working with Magic the Gathering because they used AI. Sorry to say it like this, but we need to grow some balls. Seriously. Roundbush also asks, any updates on mentorships? I have been doing a bunch of thinking about both individual mentorships and workshops as well. When I've sat down to think through how to do individual again, it's very difficult. You know, I've recently sat down and done a little bit writing, trying to plan, and it's just it's hard to do the scheduling and think of how to structure things properly for a one-on-one person. It's just it's, you know, it's hard to plan how to fit it into my life. Workshops, which are similar in the kind of training they get and better for a lot of things. I think I didn't do a workshop last year. I didn't do a workshop in 2025. My last one was at the end of 2024. I didn't do a workshop last year. I would like to do one. Well, I'd like to do them again this year. I've always said I think the workshops are probably the most important, most impactful thing that I do. I'll see. I'm working on that. I really want to do them this year. I went and gathered some feedback. I started the process. I went and gathered some feedback from previous workshop students. I sat down with them and did the feedback session and gathered their thoughts, what they thought could change, what could be better. They gave me some ideas for how to structure things a little differently for my purposes. I always do that after every workshop, but they've always been evolving, trying to make them better and better every time. So look out for those. I think I definitely will do that. I'm going to try to, I want to do 2 this year. And unlike usually when I've done them, I announce them and then they start like in less than a month. That's never been ideal to me. I'm going to try to give people more time to think about it and to book. So at least the way I'm thinking right now, I want to do 2 this year. I'm thinking 1 in summer and 1 in winter. Usually I've done them in winter time, and I want to open them up early and have the tickets sitting out there for people to think about. So we'll see. And it'll probably be the same structure. I want to open 2, probably 20 students for each workshop. 10. A workshop is usually I'm running 2 groups of 10 students where each meet on, so 10 students on like a Wednesday, 10 students on a Saturday. And then those 20 students I consider one workshop. So I want to do 2 this year. So those will be, I'd have hopefully 40 workshop students this year. Yeah, it's always a difficult balance because a big part of it for me is I want there to be a good amount of students in there so that the workshop students can be a community. They can support each other, right? And make friends and things like that. And that has worked so far wonderfully. That's worked wonderfully. They keep their workshop Discord and all of them, they keep hanging out, they keep talking, they become friends and things like that. So I want a good sized cohort where there's a good chance that you're going to meet at least a few people who you resonate with and you'll keep talking to them. And you get a variety of different viewpoints, but then also try to keep the class sizes down so that individual class sessions are more manageable. So that's my thinking right now for workshops. So keep an ear to the ground for that. Steven, did you ever finish the chicken? I finished the black and white, if I remember. I finished the black and white version for the chicken, but I wanted to color him. Never colored him. So he could be done for the black and white, but I would like to go back and color him at some point. So much stuff to finish up. Sprat says, I'm struggling with the whole getting dark with the pencil thing. Any tips? Should I be building it up slowly? If I just smash it in, it tends to mess up the paper surface. You need to use really good paper. Are you using great paper? Because the big difference between cheap paper and good paper is that good paper will withstand a lot of abuse. So on good paper, you can press very hard and it'll take it well. Now, of course, you don't need to be so committed, right? Or you don't need to go very dark until you're fully committed. So you can build things up slowly until you know you like the design. And then once you're committed, you know you like it. The dark accents, just hit them hard with absolute black. And if when you grind your pencil into the paper for those dark accents, it messes up the paper, it's kind of like, who cares? You're locked in. no one's going to be able to see the damage to the paper through that punchy, contrasty black. So what are you worried about? Sick of music. Dino Blaster says, I'm Stevening my Zapata right now. Dude, nice. Bro, nice. Bro, nice, bro. Bruh, are you Stevening your Zapata right now? Your darks, Sprat says, your darks look great. Do you have the contrast booster on your camera at all? Also, you ever use matte varnish on drawings? I do have a little boost on my camera right now because the lights wash it out. But I have things carefully arranged, so what you see on screen is basically what the drawing looks like. It's like, so there, that's what the contrast boost does, but then with the glare, it balances out. So that looks like what the drawing actually looks like, but mine, because of the graphite glare from my lights, mine looks a little lighter than that at this angle. And then when I hold it up to look naturally, it looks like what you see on camera, which, trust me, that whole configuration took me a very long time to get dialed in. But yeah, getting the contrast right is something that I've practiced for a very long time and is one of the main things I teach my students. So I'm very aware of it just from years of suffering from it. You just got to be comfortable pressing very hard at key times. And like I said, use good paper. Stephen, what do you think about the stillness of drawing? Other art forms, music, writing, have a certain pace. They have a beginning and end. I think that adds something special. But drawing represents things with such an incredible detail that other art forms lack. What do you think? I mean, I think the stillness is one of its benefits, you know? It's very contemplative, a drawing or a painting, because of that. Yeah, it can't do the things that the moving, you know, time-trapped media can do. But yeah, I just think it's very contemplative. I like it, obviously. If I didn't prefer, well, I'm a very contemplative guy. I like stillness. I feel like I need a lot of stillness in my life because of how racing my mind tends to be. You know, my interest in drawing is probably coming from the same place as my interest in meditation and things like that. If I liked something else better, you know, I Probably would have learned how to animate or something like that. So, big fan, big fan. Do you also feel that your urge to make art is something you could never control? Definitely. I mean, it's often almost painful. It's like at some of the lowest points in my life and like my relationship with drawing, and certainly in struggling with making art a career and all that, there's various points, you've all gone through it, where you're just like, I'm gonna quit, this isn't worth it. I want to quit art. And then I have to look at myself honestly and be like, oh God, I can't. Even if quitting it is what would be best for me, I can't do it. Oh my God, even if quitting it is what would be best for my family, I can't do it. See, when you think about it that way, it's like, it's not cool. The demon has you. It's like from where you're sitting, you might be like, wow, it's so gritty and awesome. It's like, don't be a baby. It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. Tonga says, do you miss Colombia? I'm not from there. I was born in the United States. I've been there a few times, but do I miss it? I want to go back. I don't know if I miss it. None of my family really, very few of my family really lives there anymore. So there's not too much for me to miss. I'm kind of de-rooted from my ancestry there, I think, a little. It's like the times that I've been there, the times I've been there, I was there because I had to deal with problems. But when I wasn't dealing with those problems, when I was at and about, I kind of felt like I was touristing rather than that I was back in my roots, LL says, I just saw your channel. It's amazing. Thank you. Ever draw drunk? What is it like for you? I can't draw. I really can't draw under the influence of anything. I find it too distracting. You put a few drinks in me, I'm not going to draw. I'm going to run my mouth. Just talk. Never shut up. Just talk your ear off about techno-capitalism or whatever. Lucas Suarez says, spent the whole day listening to you. Whoa. I am trying to see art in a healthy way. I think the grind culture broke me in a very deep level. Many such cases these days, unfortunately. I hope the videos can help. Truly. It can be fixed. It's a very common problem, but progress can be made. And that's what we try to do here, make a little progress on that. One drawing at a time. Drawing under the influence is a sport? Yeah, and you guys won. I can't compete. The Ralph says, hey, Stephen, just wanted to know how you might articulate the difference between form light and halftone. Oh, I mean, there's a very clear difference between them. But, if you want my very detailed explanation, it's in Form from Imagination. They're separate modeling factors. The halftone is usually the most noticeable part of the gradation from the terminator to the main form light, right? Technically, the halftone is part of the form light. Any part of the form that is in light is part of the umbrella modeling factor of the form light. The halftone is still technically lit. It's not a part of the shadow. It's part of the light. So it's technically part of the form light. But that noticeable dark gradation from the terminator is the halftone. And you can almost put it mathematically. You might say that the halftone is the part of the form in which exponential darkening or geometric darkening occurs because of the curvature of the form within the modality of typical Lambertian reflection, which is not how that's not how all materials diffusely reflect, but as a general rule, most do follow the Lambertian formulas. Not everything. There's things like the moon and cat eye reflectors that actually aren't Lambertian. They reflect more light and greater amounts of light within specific normals. That's how like traffic signs work and things like that. But yeah, you can actually make it almost mathematical in that regard. Far too detailed to go in through here, but that's the basics. If you want more careful explication of how to separate out the modeling factors, you can check out Form from Imagination. I think I blended too many kinds of pencils on this one. Hate when that happens. I think for a while I was just sketching this one with whatever pencil was near hand. And when you mix too many brands and too many types of graphite, eventually they start fighting with each other. Like their different degrees of glare start interacting in an ugly way and things like that. And once it happens, there's really no way to get rid of it, I find. It's always unfortunate. It's not necessarily ugly, it's just distracting. Whenever it happens, I always look at it and I'm like, if I had just used one pencil, it would all be nice and homogeneous and play together well. Suplex Mess says, you reference Paradise Lost often, and I figure I'll give it a read soon. Just got to stop at the local bookstore. Is it using Old English, or should I get it in my first language to not miss nuances? Oh, I can't speak to any translations of it. I mean, if you're fluent in English, I would give the English a shot. I mean, the beautiful thing about Paradise Lost is that, well, first off, it's probably the most beautiful thing ever written in English. And we are probably like, it's not going to be very far in the future where Paradise Lost sort of slips beyond the horizon, where a normal person can't read it anymore, right? Like maybe like Canterbury Tales is almost there. Like if you don't get like a study guide, if you're not like in a school, if you're not like a literature major, you probably can't read Canterbury Tales. It's too old. It's very, just English is broken, or as far as you can tell, that English is very different from the English we're used to. That's true, like old English, right? Shakespeare fares a little better, you can work out Shakespeare, but Paradise Lost is way easier than Shakespeare, even, I think. It's right on the edge where if you apply yourself, you can get what's going on and you can truly just enjoy the language even without a study guide or a translation, Him the almighty power hurled headlong flaming from the ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion down to bottomless perdition, to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire, who durst defy the omnipotent to arms. 9 times the space that measures day and night to mortal men, he with his horrid crew lay vanquished, rolling in the fiery gulf, confounded, though immortal. But his doom reserved him to more wrath, for now the thought both of lost happiness and lasting pain torments him. Round he throws his baleful eyes that witness huge affliction and dismay, mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate. Once as far as angels can, he views the dismal situation, waste and wild, a dungeon horrible, on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed. But from those flames, no light, but rather darkness visible. I mean, it didn't take me a day or two to memorize that, right? Like the English is just on the edge where you can connect with it as a fluent English speaker, right? It's just on the edge where you can connect with it and remember it and understand what is happening with a slow read, right? You would probably need to read it slower than I was reciting it, right? But it's just, you can figure it out and it's beautiful. It's perfect. It's just perfect. The best of Shakespeare, it's still, you really need to kind of turn it around a lot of the time to get it, because he was just the bard, was very sophisticated. I mean, I feel like there's definitely, some of the best monologues and stuff like that of Shakespeare are still very, very gettable, Our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, all were spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great earth itself, fie, all which it inherit, shall dissolve. And like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. It's like, I think that is gettable even on a first read, but that's like some of the most polished, best monologues are like that. I find a lot of the interstitial in Shakespeare so very heavily festooned with reference and allusion and things like that. It gets very hard to keep track But yeah, I just don't find Paradise Lost is not like that. There's a lot of reference for sure, but again, it's like you actually might be able to get a lot of it, you know? Like you've heard of the Iliad, you've heard of the Odyssey, you know, you've heard of, you know, the old heroes. It's like you'll get a lot of it actually. And you can get versions that are annotated. You know, I have a little hand version of Paradise Lost that has added footnotes by the editor. So it'll sort of explain some of the references and things like that. Hello, Steven. It's almost Lunar New Year. Do you know your zodiac animal? I do not. I do not believe in your star magic, witch. I was born in 1990. What animal is that? I used to know. I must have known in the past, but I forget. I'm gonna guess that's rooster. I've never seen Steven draw regular humans before. Oh, come now. I draw plenty of regular humans. Well, maybe you don't consider knights and fantasy characters and sci-fi characters regular humans, in which case, yeah, maybe you haven't seen that on here. I've drawn many regular humans for work. Because when you work in theme parks, you gotta fill these drawings with dozens and dozens of normal people having good times. I have a lot of mileage for just drawing. I have a lot of mileage for just regular people pointing at stuff and having fun. I have a very particular set of skills. Horse. Not a snake. Tentaclo says, got a copy of Robert Sapolsky's book on free will because of you. Thanks for the recommendation. Good luck. If you currently believe in free will, enjoy having it destroyed. If it leads to a rough week, I'll get a beer with you sometime. Apologize. Were you smart in high school, like average letter grade? I carefully arranged all of my classes to be nothing but art very soon, so no one could prove whether I was smart or not. It's like no one assesses if you're smart off of your grade in drawing class. They want to assess you off of science and math. After my second year, I wasn't doing any math. I was always good in science. I sucked at math. Chemistry. Chemistry I hated. Too earthy for me. All the other sciences I did well in. I like big ideas. Chemistry was like so practical, you know? All the other sciences you had distance on. chemistry out of nowhere was suddenly like, all right, diagram these covalent bonds. It's like, oh my God, get me out of here. How did you find a job like an artist, or the job found you? My first job was through a recommendation from a friend. That's how most people get their jobs in art. You need a network if you're going to be an artist, for sure. My roommate was working at the studio. They needed more hands. He recommended me. They brought me in, interviewed me, put me on. All the people who you bump into who are like, I'm self-made, no one helped me. It's like, very rare. Very freaking rare. It's an easy enough thing to say, but if you knew more details about their lives, it's always like, we all need help from someone. And most of us need someone to give us a break, you know? It just pleases people's egos to run around telling everybody that they did it on their own. I'm happy to give credit where credit is due. I owe my career to my friends. And I owe my friends to my school. And the friend who got me that first job was Ahmed Al-Douri. You know, Steven, that head shape is awfully close to something you would see in anime. It's funny. That's funny. Where's the fucking ban button? Ban this motherfucker. Where is it? Put user in timeout? No. Hide user in this channel? No. Delete user's account. Yes, go. How goes your 3D projects these days? Oh, you're talking to Joe. Never mind. Where does creativity come from? Feelings? Knowledge? It comes from aliens beaming it to us from another galaxy. Seriously, no one has any idea. No one has any idea. I don't know. I don't know where creativity comes from. We are probably just instantiating the self-referential needs of the universe. Can you point out where the different glare effects are happening, says the Tonga Mandapium. You probably can't see it. It's too subtle. And the camera sees a different glare configuration than I see. So I actually, like, from my viewpoint, I see an ugly clash here in this area, but that all looks pretty homogeneous to the camera's glare. So it would be difficult to show. It's a very subtle thing. If I, like when I scan, it's like, it's okay because if I push through, when you scan, technically when you scan a drawing, everything is glare because, you know, That's how a scanner works. It's just blasting light at one strip and then getting it directly back, and then it stitches it all together. So technically, when you scan a drawing, it's all glared out. So then that's good because that makes it completely even, right? Very light, but even, and then you can adjust the values on your own using editing software. So that when you scan, it wouldn't be a problem. It would all look homogeneous. It just bugs me on the original. I wound up not submitting these for that book. But that's all right. I would like, or I think it would be good if I still got them to a level that I like anyway, and then I'll just save them for if I print my own little sketchbook or something like that for this year. I'll put these sketches in there. I would love to be in the habit of collecting my sketches every year into a little book that I can print. Some artists can do that, and I've always been envious. I'd love to do that. I also don't know just how they... I guess most of the ones I'm thinking of, they do a lot of conventions. So for them, they have a pretty direct... They know, all right, yes, it's going to be expensive to print these books, but I'm going to cons, I'll sell them. I don't have that system set up. So, you know, I want to print these little sketchbooks, but then I'm like, geez, what am I going to do with them? You know, I've got to order, you know, 1,000 of them or something to get the margins down. And then what am I going to do sitting on 1,000 fucking books? Just would be nice to give these things a little life instead of consigning them permanently to my closet. Hello, the new terrain. I wonder if it would be more representative if you used a polarizing lens filter. I've researched that a bit, but I don't think it would make a slight difference just put on the camera, but it would also darken the image, and that's already a big enough problem. I don't want to have to, with how subtle the hatching is, anything that's going to darken the image, I'm going to have to up the ISO at this point. You know, I'm already wide open here shooting this, so I'd have to up the ISO, and I don't want that grain beating up the hatches. It could make much more of a difference if I polarized both the light and used a polarizing lens, but I know what you would need to do to make that setup very consistent, and I won't do it. You know, you got to control the angles very carefully, and I don't do that. I'm always shifting things around, moving things. The setup I have now is very good. I mean, don't take it wrong, just that I was complaining about glare on this for 2 seconds. I have the setup that I have is years of troubleshooting. What you see on camera right now is almost exactly what the drawing looks like. I mean, I've worked very hard to get this, and it's clear and it's crisp. I love it. I mean, don't get me wrong. This setup is great. You're not seeing anything that is unusual. That is like exactly what the drawing looks like. And it's also very reasonable for me, the way I'm viewing it. It does look a little different from my particular angle. But I've got it dialed in where it looks a little different, but it doesn't bother me. And it looks different, but it looks different consistently. Like, I just feel like I'm working on a version of the drawing that's 10% different than what you see, and that is the real version of the drawing, but it's consistent, it's flat, so it's just it doesn't bother me at all while I work. If it was like only one spot that was getting glared out or anything like that, that would be annoying, but it's consistent. So my eye just accepts it. It doesn't bother me at all. Okay, dang, you've put good thought into this? Oh, yes. I've thought about this a lot. I've consulted with a lot of other people. I've done a lot of research. I know way more about cameras and lights and lenses than any artist who otherwise has no interest in that should ever need to know. Yeah, I've thought about this a lot. The journey to showing my drawings well on a stream has been a long one, but it's in a good place now. Have you seen The Art of Von Art? Yeah, that sounds familiar. I don't 100% remember it anymore right now, but the name sounds familiar. Anirudh says, Steven, something weird happened with me recently. A figure that I drew in a sketchbook only 2 times, like 5 years ago, suddenly reappeared again in my current sketchbook, giving very similar energy. Like a character? When you say figure, do you mean like a character? This incident has got me thinking of the phrase you say a lot, we don't know what drawings are, we don't know where they come from, and I can't stop drawing that figure now, even after so many drawings. This recent event for me has weirded me out a little, but I find it super interesting. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I mean, drawing is very strange. I don't want to color the experience too much because I'm worried that if I give an interpretation, you'll just think, oh, that's it. And that's not useful. But be open, be open to what might be going on in there. Things that reoccur, things that come back, things that when you go unconscious keep reemerging. I think it's basically like psychoanalysis, like something is coming up from the deep, and nothing happens accidentally in drawing. I really don't believe it does. So explore and be wildly open, very, very open. No one, as you said, no one knows what drawing is. We don't know what it might be trying to offer us, And yes, I am talking about, just to not be too cryptic, I am talking about just to be straightforward, like magic. Yeah, like drawing might for real be magic, a form of magic. I've had drawings that I thought predicted my future. So, there could be premonitions in there, just like people think their dreams could give them premonitions and things like that. Mystical experiences, you can find God inside of drawing and meet him. I just want people to understand, there's great depths to drawing that people don't, because they come into drawing thinking they know what it is. All this stuff goes right over their head. You can transform your personality through drawing. You can basically use it as an alchemical lens to reveal the intuitive myths that drive your personality and your actions. And then, like you ate the philosopher's stone and it is burning like molten lead in your stomach, you can enter a place where you shatter all of those myths, reset them, and then recreate them from scratch. Stuff like that is possible with drawing. It's a complicated process, but it is the real alchemy and things like that. And all of the promises of the Hermetic, alchemical, and mystical traditions are available in drawing. See my entire YouTube channel, my entire corpus of streams. I wish people took that stuff more seriously, but it seems people enjoy making drawing boring and small and suffering, and who am I to stop them? Kyokusei says, thanks to you, I got the drawings looking good on camera, but now I still haven't cracked the code for stream encoder settings and YouTube compression. That's another headache, brother. It's a learning process. It sucks. Not what we want to spend our time doing. It is not what we want to spend our time doing. Unfortunately, my main recommendation now for that stuff is unfortunately a purchase recommendation, which is the next time you buy a PC, get a NVIDIA graphics card, if you can now, of the 40 line at least, and make sure that the card you're getting has one of the NVENC encoders. That has really simplified a lot of encoder and performance headache for people. The newer graphics cards have these separate little areas on the card, the NVENC area, NVENC chip. And that is a dedicated area that just does video encoding and decoding. And that, if you have that, that will unlock within OBS the option to do NVENC AV1 compression and encoding. And currently that is the cutting edge for the highest quality to lowest bit rate encoding. That's what I'm streaming with right now, NVENC AV1. And I have a 4070 Ti, that's my graphics card, and I picked that because that was the cheapest, lowest level 40 card that had 2 of those chips instead of just 1. All right, it's been 2 hours of streaming now. I've got to get up and do my little leg stretch break soon. I really got to take my breaks now, I remember years ago doing streams that were 5 or 6 hours long and I wouldn't get out of the chair once. I'm too old for that now. I can't do that. It's not healthy. Get these horrible cramps right in my ass. Can't do that anymore. Kyo says, yeah, I have a cheap NVIDIA card for under $100, so I use integrated QuickSync. That probably explains that, LOL. I'll keep that in mind since I plan to upgrade this year. I promise you I just saved you a huge headache. I'm glad that I said something. You're going to be so happy if when you get a new graphics card, you make sure that you get one with one or two of the NVENC encoders. You just use that sweet NVENC AV1 encoding. If you do NVENC AV1, you can get a really decent 4K. You can get a really decent 4K feed at a surprisingly low bit rate. Like we're talking 10,000 megabits per second. I think I'm running this stream at 13,000. Let me see. Sorry guys, talking shop now. Talking shop for the fellow streamers. What am I at right now? Yeah, I'm running this stream at 13,000, not megabits per second, kilobits per second, 13,000 kbps on the best quality. And I get just no performance hit. And that's really reasonable for a 4K feed, I think. And you could probably run it at lower, 10 even. For people who don't know, to give a 1080p stream with the last generation of encoders, they would recommend a 1080p stream. So not 4K, 1/4 of 4K would run at 8,000 kbps. That was like the typical recommended bit rate. So just for 2,000 more these days, you get a 4K feed. And again, I get like no performance hit because it's all just running on that dedicated part of the chip. My CPU doesn't ding up, nothing. No, it's like my computer's not doing anything. It's great. And because I have two, I don't really do this a lot, but theoretically I could stream and record at the same time, as I understand it. I could stream and record at the same time, and it would stay, still almost no performance hit. Because just one of the chips would be recording and the other chip would be encoding for the stream. As I understand it, I'm not one of these total, I'm not an actual like stream tech expert, but I did a bunch of research into this when I was switching from PC to Mac specifically because my Mac could no longer handle recording in 4K. Hold on. Okay. Like I said, it's been 2 hours. I got to do my old man leg stretch. Also, my dog has really bad diarrhea, and I just heard something out there. So I just need to make sure she's not going inside. 1 second. How you doing, girl? You okay? What do you feed your dog? Good food. I feed her, she gains weight fast, so for a long time I've had her on like this pro-line diet food. But I wonder if what triggered the diarrhea is that we bought this new bag and she suddenly got really weird about it. And then the diarrhea started soon after, so I wonder if that bag might have gone bad. We actually got a refund for it just from bringing it up. But it's not like they could confirm that there was something wrong with that batch or anything like that. So we switched her to the other dog's food, which used to be her old food, so we thought that was okay. She was doing good for a while, but now the diarrhea is back, so I don't know what's going on. Like I said, I had her at the vet last night, so we're going to figure this thing out. Could have been rancid. Yeah, maybe, but like I said, we switched her to the other dog's food, and it came back. So I don't know, like one of the theories I'm playing with, Detective Steven, is that maybe it was the other dog's food that is rancid, but the other dog is fine. The other dog doesn't have diarrhea. Of course she's fine. This is the one that will, she'll eat other dogs' poop. She's A-okay. No diarrhea for her. But, one of the theories we're playing with, one of the narratives that we're constructing is that maybe it was the other dog's food that was bad, and Fanny actually secretly at one point ate her food. And then we thought it was Fanny's food. So then that is what gave her the diarrhea. We blamed it on Fanny's food. And then when we switched her to the other dog's food, thinking that was safe, that recreated the problem. That's one of the narratives that me and the other detectives in this household are vetting right now. I don't know if you guys ever notice, but I always notice around 2 hours, there's always like, we hit some sort of stride with stream where there's a bunch of people in here, but people stop writing. And I don't know if it's true, but I've always assumed it's like people got out their questions, got out their talky energy, and now everybody's drawing. Everybody's just silently drawing together. I don't know if I've ever brought it up before, if you guys have noticed it, but I've always noticed it, and it makes me smile whenever it happens. There's like a definitive fall off in writing, but viewers are at like their highest for the stream, and I'm always like, everyone's drawing right now. That's good. Now they're dialed in. And me too. Then because there's less questions and stuff like that, I wind up drawing more too. Funny how there's flows like that, right? Of course, if you do have questions, you go ahead and keep asking them. I'm not saying don't ask me questions. I'm just pointing out something that I've always noticed. My wife's back from the store, so you're going to hear a lot of dog yapping for a little bit. I always ask a lot. Sorry for that. Oh, come on. You never need to a streamer? You don't apologize to a streamer for asking a lot. That's engagement, baby. That's the game we're playing. You guys are doing me a service by making it so that I'm not sitting here streaming to a silent chat. That's a great service you do me. You don't apologize. I thank you. I thank you for that. I count my lucky stars every day that anybody out there cares enough to engage me while I draw, you know. That's more than most artists can ask for, truly. It's a very lucky thing. The problem when drawing is not being asked too many questions. It's just not being able to get anybody to care at all. You know, no one wants to look at your work. No one wants to pick your brain. No one wants to talk to you about your art. That's the more common, much sadder problem. I'm always talking to students about that. You know, people who are, you know, early on, they're insecure about putting their work out there. They're like, I'm worried people are going to judge my work. It's like, brother, that's not what you should worry about. You'd be lucky if they judge your work. The real problem is that they're not going to pay attention to your work at all. You wish you could hold their attention long enough that they could even judge it. But the real problem is just they're going to completely slide past it. It won't register, you know? If you could get any rise out of people, that's probably a good thing. Have you ever done third eye meditation? There's a lot of different versions of that. If you're talking about like the more traditional Indian meditation where you like literally meditate and focus on the feeling here in the forehead and try to open the third eye like that. Well, obviously I'm aware of it, and maybe I've dabbled with it during a meditation just while thinking about it. But no, I've never done that any seriously. There's other versions, you know, if you're thinking more of like if you're thinking more of in the classic configuration of jhana meditations, not classic actually. This is not, as far as I know, it's not in the suttas, but if you're looking at the kind of jhana meditation that's in something like the Visuddhimagga and things like that, the part of jhana where you try to create the nimitta, the supposed light sign that appears in the mind's eye, I have dabbled with that. Some people consider that a third eye meditation. They consider that the nimitta is presented within the third eye. I cannot say with confidence that I've ever seen the nimitta. You know, I've certainly felt like I am in jhanic states, but you know, if you're a Mahasi Sayadaw monk, you might be of the opinion that if I'm not seeing the nimitta, I couldn't possibly be in a jhana. So, isn't this stream fun? The stuff that we get up to in here. Is that HB pencil? Might as well be. This is a B, but the difference between HB and a B is negligible. I just need to cover a lot of ground right now to tone down this leg, so I wanted to use a wood pencil instead of a mechanical one. Would you like Taco Bell? Ooh, I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time. It has probably been literally decades since I've had Taco Bell. No, it couldn't possibly be decades. Maybe a decade. It was never my favorite. My favorite fast foods were always KFC, any kind of fried chicken, and Wendy's. Those were always my favorites. But I haven't had any of that in a long time. Too old now. Can't eat like that and feel okay. Try to cook most of my food. And now I'm cooking for my little boy. He was sucking on some, one of our staple dinners is a kale and white bean casserole. We gave him a little bit, eating it off his fist. He loved it. I was like, oh man, maybe if I keep this up, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get a baby. I'll have a kid who doesn't hate vegetables, getting him used to all these blander, healthier flavors early on. Doing my best. He loves avocado. Hummus. Kale, white beans. We've given him a bunch of stuff lately. He had a little egg the other day. All babies like vegetable mush, Stephen. I'm sorry to say. I know, the real fight comes later. It all comes down to keeping their palate from being wrecked by sugary food. I'm trying to work up from gotta give him stuff that's healthy but also has a little bit more punch to it, so that he's not just all blanded out and then the first time he tries McDonald's he's just, that's it. That's what happened to me. I was so bad when I was a kid. Oh my God. Very unhealthy. Very unhealthy. Very overweight. Obese, actually. The doctors are always telling me, and my parents, like, he's got to lose weight. He's got to lose weight. He's got to lose weight. There was nothing to be done. Not until I hit puberty and took it upon myself to lose the weight. Because girls. How do you know when a drawing is complete? I tend to struggle with overworking, underworking my drawings. It's totally subjective. You don't have to hit any particular standard. Truly, probably the most holistic answer is just that a drawing is complete when you have the confidence to say that it is, and that's it. Not a second before. If you have the confidence to say this is done, no one could tell you otherwise. You know? There's no rule book about what level a drawing has to hit in order to count as done. It's like if you think everything needs to be rendered for a piece to be done, that's baby stuff, you know. That's clearly not true. It's a mental thing. So you just got to listen to yourself. Because if you don't have the confidence to say that it's done, it's because there's still something that for you, there's something nagging you, you know, and that's the real measure of the thing, you know. I understood the American obesity problem when I went to Buc-ee's last summer. I liked it. Yeah, well, you know. What can I say? We're a special place, you know. Well, I mean, watch TV. Watch our TV. It's like you watch American TV. It's the paradise of ads, and it's just get the Arches, the new Arches hamburger from McDonald's. It's a half pound of meat, 4 slices of cheese, and we'll put potato chips on it because it was never enough for you guys. And then the very next ad is, hey man, we got Ozempic and we make it super easy to get it. You know, look at this athlete. They're the healthiest person in the world and we're still getting them a prescription. You can get it too. It's just this violent whiplash between giving you a fucking consumption problem and then selling you a medical or medical or technological or hustle culture solution to the consumption problem that we gave you. I mean, it's no wonder we're all crazy. It's no wonder we're all crazy. Do you teach how to draw in the channel? On this channel? This channel has very few tutorials on it, actually, and that's intentional. You know, I think there's enough of that out there in drawing land. I teach how to draw in my courses. That's where I teach, like, strictly construed how to draw how I draw. I do that in my courses. I think that's the best context for that. Here, in this asynchronous scattershot shotgun place that is just public YouTube, here I talk about the mental war of drawing, the spirit of art, about the difficulties of the practice and how to manage your art angst. That's what I focus on here. That's the message that I'm more comfortable blasting out to everybody. I personally have never liked, if you hang around here longer and you learn more about my philosophy and all that, it will come to make sense to you why I would be uncomfortable filling my YouTube channel with, here's how I think you should draw. You know, I don't like that. I think that would be me contributing to, a problem that kind of drives me crazy in a lot of ways. It's different when it's in a context. You know, something like a course, that's different. It can be much more nuanced. I have commitment from people. If I'm going to present a nuanced message, then I have reason to believe that they're actually going to sit there and listen to the nuanced message. Rather than what happens in a YouTube video where the second you get nuanced, that's literally where people click off the video. And it's not like I'm hiding how I draw. There's hundreds of hours of me streaming on here. I mean, you could see how I draw in the videos too. Most of them have drawings associated with them, but the streams especially is just in real time, hundreds of hours of how I draw. Like, I'm not keeping anything secret. You could see how I do everything. I'm just not 100% comfortable with yapping about it in this context. Unfortunately, I feel that most yapping about drawing techniques just gives people complexes and neuroses rather than improves their drawing ability. Honorud says, Stephen, you mean there's no stroke limit on a single drawing / painting? That's right. That's right. Art of Buggy says, as someone who started clueless about drawing and having fun, after years of torturous learning, I can confidently say that I finally understand your messages. Thank you, Buggy. Thank you. It is always reassuring to hear that the message has landed. Sometimes you can feel like you're shouting into the void. He's not keeping any secrets about his drawing process. He's still untouchable. God damn. It's his hand. Well, yeah. What can I say? I'm the best. That's just what it's like when you're the best. And I'm the best. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. Many thanks to the world, the great cosmos, and God himself for making me greatest artist. I feel that people with naturally curly hair have an art advantage over the others. That's definitely true. That is absolutely true. Daryl says, how do you get time to draw? How do you get time to draw with all the high fives you receive for being the undisputed best? I try to bracket my time. So I say, I'm going to try to get all the high fives in to the first hour of the workday. Bracket all my high fives there. End of the hour, I cut it off. No more high fives, right? Because if you're going to let it leak, the high fives are just going to take up all day, right? The line's just going to get longer and longer. People on the line are going to tell other people, like, it looks like Steven's taking a lot of high fives today. They're going to say, shit, all right, let me cancel work today, I'll go over and get on the line so I can high five Steven. It's like if you are definitive about it, you prevent that cascade effect. You just end it. End it at an hour of high fives. And then you move on to the next thing. I usually do an hour of high fives, an hour of accepting awards, an hour, and then an hour of writing my speeches for the next day's awards. And then I get to work. Try to do a 4-hour deep work session. And then I end the day with an hour of taking phone calls from celebrities and dignitaries who want to congratulate me on my abilities. That's what a typical day looks like. Daryl says, so you stop it from bubbling. Gotcha. Excellent time management. Very Gauguin. Absolutely. Art of Dying says, have you ever done art competitions? No, it wouldn't be fair to the other people. Still covered in snow here in New York. It snowed like crazy like over 2 weeks ago, and it's just been so cold and so much snow came down that it's still covering the ground like 2 feet thick around here. Or like a foot thick. Winter Wonderland. H.R. Giger was a good drawer? Oh, hell yeah, he was. Found any cool art books lately? I have a shipment of cool art books coming. I'll tell you about them when they get here. What classical artists inspire you the most? Oh, so many. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Everybody loves Sargent. Sargent was very influential to me. I don't really draw or paint like him at all, but just the virtuosity was very inspirational early on in my career, as it is for so many people. It's like not everybody wants to paint like Sargent, but almost everybody's just like, shit, you can be that good? I didn't know you could be that good, and it inspires you. Frank Frazetta is probably my number one direct inspiration for how I draw, if you can count him as classic. If you want more classical. If we talk classical. Sargent, Michelangelo. Michelangelo is the most direct classic inspiration for how I draw. He taught me more than anything else. And Frazetta is obviously very influenced by Michelangelo. I like Jean-Léon Gérôme a lot. John William Waterhouse, Sir Lawrence Alma-Tadema. A lot of the history painters, a lot of the academic history painters. David, Rubens. There's just so many. And they're all awesome. Rubens is great. Rubens is a big inspiration. Great, big inspiration for drawing and for painting. I always struggled to get a grip on painting, and looking at Rubens, the way he paints influenced me a lot. A lot of Golden Age illustrators. That's outside of the classic, though, like really classic. Golden Age illustrators like N.C. Wyeth, Dean Cornwell, F.R. Garuger is a big inspiration. Sargent exhibition in Paris recently. My gob was probably smacked. Yeah, I mean, he was... In terms of pure athleticism, he was probably the best ever for painting. If you're into that, if your main value... people have different things that they value in art. And for some people, their number one value is athleticism. Like, what can you do with your body in terms of painting, right? We usually use the word virtuosity for that, but I've recently started using athleticism instead, just because I think it's more explanatory than virtuosity for beginners. In terms of raw athleticism, probably Sargent was the best painter ever. I mean, it's hard to get better than that. The Tonga Mandafian says, are you internally as calm as you appear? Depends when you catch me. I mean, I spend most of my time... But think about it this way. I do rant on stream, right? Like the AI, the little AI rant that I went on earlier about how they have narrative control and all of that. I wouldn't say I'm internally calm during that, but I know how to let it go, right? But yeah, if you ask me then, are you internally calm? It's like, no, I'm pissed off. I'm a man of passion. I'm not faking that shit, If I seem mad, I'm mad. And, I was just this morning talking to my wife, fresh out of bed, just rise out of bed, coffee in my mouth immediately, just going crazy. I was like, that's not very calm. I'm pretty mad. I was pretty mad about that while I was ranting at her. And, she has to tell me, okay, it's too much right now. It's too much. I'm like, okay. I gotta tune it back. In what ways does Michelangelo inspire you? I recently became very passionate about his work. Well, I consider myself a form-based artist, and I think Michelangelo was undoubtedly also a form-based artist. So he's a direct inspiration for we have the same emphasis. Where our number one focus seemed to be the same thing. Clearly he considered himself a sculptor first. He considered painting a low art, and he was a good painter, but he was definitely a better drawer than he was a painter, and he was a better sculptor than anything else. So Michelangelo, definitely form-focused, form-based artist. I'm also a form-based artist, so I feel like we have a direct conversation there. And he was just the best, and really the craziest thing is that he was fucking unprecedented in his time. Like, it's just, to me, he's miraculous. It's like, it feels like that came out of nowhere, It's not like he didn't have mentors. It's not like he didn't have a teacher. But, you can look at the work of like some of the masters that or the master that he studied under, before he sort of took off on his own. And, obviously there's no comparison really, Even Sargent, if you look at Sargent's master, what was his name? Duran. If you look at Duran's work, you can see the through line to Sargent. Like, you can see that Duran had the same focus, the way that I'm a form-based artist, becoming a form-based artist. Duran was clearly focused on the visual impression, right? On shape versus shape, on shape meeting shape and the transitions between them, and that optical process of assessing shape. And you can see how that was his focus, but Sargent perfected it, right? But the through line's there. That doesn't feel the same. Duran was very good. You can see that he had on a high level, but then Sargent was just like a totally uncanny explosion of ability. Michelangelo's teachers, much more tenuous. They were great, but it's clear that Michelangelo really was like forget generational, it was a multi-generational talent, super talent. I don't know, I look at his work and I'm like, how do you do this without having anyone, like, what are you benchmarking off of? Like, just totally singular, amazingly singular. As I often say, how do you even get there in your head? Ellen Dorr Sleep Story says, how many years can a beginner spend learning to draw to become like you, using only books? Don't try to become like me. If you try to become like me, you can't become like me. You can't be focused on becoming like me. You need to become like you. And I know that sounds trite or like I'm putting you off, but I really mean it. I'm 100% serious. It's so important, and it's the only way that you'll get great. If you try to become like me or any other particular artist, you're going to lose your way and you're going to focus on the wrong things. And that will slow you down. Art is the great art. It's very zen. If you're too focused on that end goal, that kind of means you can't grasp it. You need to be much more open and willing to improvise and willing to trust in yourself and in your own experience. So you don't try to become like me. You try to become like you. I didn't become like me by copying other people. I became like me by doing a little bit of copying other people and learning from books and things. No, I shouldn't say a little bit. I did a lot of learning, but I at least equal to my book learning and copying of other artists was intense, countercultural, strange processes of trying to figure out who and what the fuck I am and what that means about my art. And I think a lot of people don't do that anymore. So if you want to become like me, you can't skip that part. You can't skip that part. That is essential. to the artistic process. And I think this reminds me, I think I missed a question earlier. I've missed a lot of questions. I mean, you guys are very kind, but chat's always moving past me. That makes me remember now that I skimmed a question that I meant to answer, but then I got distracted by someone else, but now I've lost it. Someone asked me something like, what do you hope people learn in your workshop? And what I just said is what I hope people learn in my workshop. That part of art that nobody really focuses on anymore. That's the main thing I try to either explicitly or Trojan horse every word, every sentence, every interaction in the workshop. I am trying to help people realize, figure out how to individuate and focus on themselves and stop putting shackles on themselves in their practice that are only going to slow them down, and instead come to trust themselves and look for what is utterly unique in their work and in their interests. Have you dealt with family or friends saying that your art is scary? No, no one would ever step to me like that. Everybody knows exactly how to react to my art. Hushed tones. A reverent voice. This is incredible, Stephen. Oh my God. How beautiful. I've trained them. They all know how to talk to me. No, no one ever tells me my work is scary. I don't think I make scary work. As I say on here all the time, I draw the stuff that I draw because I think it's cool, not because I think it's scary. I'm almost never going for scary. You might be thinking that because this drawing is one of the few drawings I did where I specifically wanted to go for scary. But that's not normally what I'm going for, basically ever. I just want to draw cool stuff that I find cool based on my taste. So no, I never really get that. Barely present. Do you hold back your opinions vis-a-vis AI when talking with people outside your circle? No. I've got it down to sound bites at this point. I've told rooms full of people having the conversation about how they're having to use it at work and things like that. When the conversational energy comes around to me, I hit my stump. I tell them straight up, if you want my honest opinion, and I've thought about this a lot and I've been in contact with experts, don't give an inch. Do not give a fucking inch. They are coming for everything. For everything. For everything. I never hold that back. I've told rooms full of people that. And I'm passionate enough about it that for the most part, people take me seriously. I'm sure they don't do anything about it, but they no one comes to me and is like, isn't this AI thing cool? It's like that I did train people. No one fucks with me on that. They all know Steven's not your audience for that. The few times that family members have done that, I just kind of nod and make that face that you can make to let people know, like, I'm waiting for you to shut up, which is normally very rude. But in this case, I purposefully do it. And then as soon as they're done, I go, well, I think that stuff's the devil, but you do whatever you want. I go to line. I've hit a few people with that, but it's only a couple times. For the most part, everybody knows, yikes. Steven has no good humor about this, huh? I'm not a chill guy. People tend to tell me I'm overreacting and being too emotional when I get upset at any mention of Gen AI I see in the news. You just gotta get better at arguing. Here, no one says, I'll tell you this, the rants that I hit here on stream, hitting that rant in the middle of a living room, if you make a strong enough case, people really, it's difficult for them to say you're overreacting when you're drawing a through line to the entire system and just citing things that companies and people have actually done. And yeah, it also helps that whenever anyone hits me with, oh, you're overreacting, I just consider that a form of emotional manipulation. So whenever they hit me with it, I jump down their throat. I mean, it's very easy to be like, I'm overreacting to the utter destruction of our culture, the ceding of our agency to multinational megacorporations, and to the scorched earth destruction of the earth that birthed us. I'm overreacting to that. Then people switch their tune. Then they just get, you're being mean to me. And it's like, who's being emotional now? It's like, if anything, you just got to be less cool about it. And then, yeah, after a couple of times, people will stop bugging you about AI. Never let them tell you you're overreacting. They don't even know. Forgive them, Father. They know not what they have done. People don't even know that when they do that, they are doing the AI company's work for them. They think that they're having a unique thought or something like that. It's very sad, but they have no idea that they are doing $1 million worth of corporate PR for companies who don't know who they are. That's a shame. You know, you really have to pity people for this. Damn, I need to embody that more in my life. Need to break my people-pleasing curse. I think where I find it hardest is when it comes to my current teachers, which have varying levels of AI enthusiasm. I mean, you know, they're your teachers. Make them teach. If they really hold that position, make them put a little work in. Make them defend it. Hold on, I need to make an important note somewhere. Where can I put this where I'm going to remember it? Something I forgot to do. I need to do it when I get off of here. All right, I'm just going to... Steven, you will not forget to do the thing. Okay, now I couldn't possibly forget. Enjoy your drawing, suplex mess. In my country, people are really enthusiastic about the tech, using it in everything, and it makes me so sad more than mad. Yeah. I mean, it sucks. I don't know. It's pure. I don't know. All the companies and the people who don't know they're doing the company's PR for them, it's like they want to make you feel bad for feeling mad or something like that. And that's just never worked on me. I don't understand how that's supposed to work, you know? It's like, I'm mad. It's just a matter of fact. It's not arising for no reason, you know? I'm not some irrational crazy person. You know, I don't run around on the street picking fights. It's like, if I'm mad, it's for a reason. And I don't get how that's supposed to work. Like, you're not going to make me feel bad for being mad. It's like, I see who that serves. I'm not fooled. People in the current era just seems really can't stand genuine emotion. Something like that. They can only stand performative emotion on the internet or something. I don't know. This sketch really just needed a lot of darkening. I'm liking it much better now. Now I feel like I'm tuning into what it needed. What type of pencils do you use? All sorts. Moment to moment, I just use whatever pencil feels right for the task. But I have like, in these shelves, I have like every kind of pencil, and I sort of cycle through them all. A lot of it just comes down to, you know, what am I craving today? You know, the slightly different feel of this pencil versus this one. It's like ordering from one pizza place or the other, you know? You're getting pizza either way, but sometimes you want it the way this place does it. Sometimes you want it the way this place does it. Pizza places are more alike than they are different. But you still want a little variety. Alzark says, what are your experiences on having a muse for drawing? I always find myself going back to a specific reference or idea. There's nothing wrong with that. Could change any time. Enjoy it while it's there. Inspiration is thin on the ground in this world, so never take it for granted. While it's around, use it. Doesn't matter where it comes from. Paul Mitchell says, Stephen, can you please, for the love of God, explain to me how to use the blending stick so masterfully without my drawings looking like utter crap? The trick is to draw with them. You got to turn off the part of your brain that says that when you're using the blending stick, you're just softening stuff. You use it to draw. Remember, you're always adding form. Always be drawing. Draw with the pencil, draw with the blending stump, draw with the eraser. Never just be tricking yourself into thinking you're just mooshing stuff around. You're always adding information, adding form. Do you have a favorite painter and or paintings? I listed a bunch of classic painters that inspire me a little earlier. So if you missed that, you could go back and catch it on the VOD. But I'm bad with favorites. I say that all the time on here when people ask me for favorites. I don't really have favorites. Whenever I try to think of favorites, I'm always just, the only thing that ever comes to mind is like just what I'm liking recently. I don't really know how to put things into like a definitive list of favorites. How do you deal with complacency? I don't know. I don't think about complacency. I think that the idea of complacency is coming from another world in art. I think complacency is coming more from the hustle culture part of art, and I want nothing to do with that. I mean, I'll say something that some people may find infuriating. If you're complacent and happy, who cares? If you're complacent and it's a problem, fix your problem. But if you can honestly look at your art and just say, I think it's awesome, and every time I do it, it makes me happy, and I'm getting everything that I want out of it. Because of that, I don't really feel an urge to improve. Who said you have to feel that urge? There's no rule book in art. You don't have to feel that urge. It sounds like you're getting a lot of great things out of drawing. Don't worry about a goddamn thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Did you ever get through Elden Ring? Any fan art? No fan art. I did beat the base game of Elden Ring. I never finished the DLC. I played a bunch of the DLC, but I never finished it. Before I could finish the DLC, life got just crazy with... It was like right about the time that had the baby on the way, losing people in the family, had to move. It's like I didn't have time to sit around finishing the DLC. Maybe someday. Do you think there is something more pure about painting and drawing as to more 3D renditions of art, like sculpture? I don't think there's anything pure. It's just a different thing. If you compare painting and drawing to sculpture, the difference is that, not for all sculpture, but for comparing to most figurative or representational sculpture, when you paint and draw, you're not just creating form, you're creating the illusion of form. And as far as I'm concerned, the foundation of drawing is actually illusionism, not representation. In sculpture, you create actual form and you don't have to create an illusion of form. Perspective, light and shadow, it is all granted to you for free because the form actually exists in space and the physical laws are acting upon it. So you can know nothing about light and sculpt something, and because it's real, light is on it, right? And creates shadow shapes and creates the, scintillating display of modeling factors that we are used to and that adds interest to anything. In drawing, you have to be aware of those things and you have to manufacture their presence from scratch, which is maddening for a lot of people. If anything, that's less pure because it's adding on an extra task that needs to be done as opposed to sculpture. But I love illusionism. So for me, that's a beautiful thing as opposed to being a pain in the ass, right? But yeah, some people start out drawing and they find it very frustrating, and then they try 3D and it immediately clicks and they fall in love with it. And usually that's because in that moment they found out that they do love making art and creating forms and presenting ideas, but they have no interest in illusionism. They have no interest in managing an illusion to do all of those things. So to remove drawing and painting's need to manage illusions is just freedom for them. To really connect with drawing and painting and to love it a lot, I do think that you need to have either a genuine love and appreciation for, or just an intense tolerance for illusionism and for creating those illusions and managing them. Snowge says, I usually agree with you, but lately I've been thinking it's very important to consider what art you're putting into the world. Maybe that's nothing to do with complacency. And then Snowge also said, but I feel like you can always think more about the meaning or value your art brings to our social context, not to please others, but for granting meaning and integrity within yourself. Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a problem for you. Like I said, if it's a problem, fix it, right? So you are experiencing your own possible complacency as a problem within your practice. And then as long as you're feeling that way, then it is a problem, right? That means that there's something calling you out to do more, to do greater with your work, and you want that, right? If you were extending that to the hypothetical person that I just listed, right? This person who is perfectly happy with their practice and they get fulfillment from it and it reduces their suffering and it helps them relax, and they don't feel a sense of complacency and they just want to stay where they're at because it makes them feel great. What I'm saying is that they shouldn't worry about it, and also you shouldn't feel entitled to walk up to them and label them as complacent and start telling them that they're complacent and that they should do this, and this, which is worth saying because a lot of teachers do that. And a lot of people who, in an asynchronous context like this, like YouTube, do spout off about that often. And as far as I'm concerned, if you don't do that thoughtfully, right, if you don't do the nuanced conversation like I'm trying to do here, you will give this person who would otherwise be happy and be getting a lot of spiritual benefit from drawing, you can actually give them an unnecessary neurosis about being complacent that could actually eventually make them quit art because they think they're doing something wrong and that's not right. People are very susceptible to the judgments of others and worrying what others think about them and what they're doing. So as much as we may think we're strong enough to not let that happen, people let it happen every day. Every day. People who could otherwise be enjoying themselves and have a nice little art practice let imaginary thoughts about what other people think about their work ruin their practice, and they end it. So I think it's very important to not put that curse on people, especially because the people who are usually putting that curse on people, they're just doing it completely self-reflexively. They're actually just talking about them fucking selves and what they wish they were doing. And they really shouldn't be putting it on anybody else at all. And it's so heartbreaking how many otherwise healthy and beautiful art practices have been destroyed by imaginary thoughts about the judgments that other people might have who don't fucking make any art anyway. It's crazy to say, but we all know people. We've probably been in that position where we've either let that happen or almost let it happen. What are some very niche passions you have? In case it's not obvious from the things I say on here, like weird philosophy. I guess it's pretty niche, but you guys know. I mean, you can hear earlier someone was asking me about third eye meditation, and immediately started talking about like the Visuddhimagga and Mahasi Sayadaw, and is it are you trying to create the nimitta in the mind's eye and things like that? Like, obviously I have a very niche interest there in esoteric meditation techniques and spiritual traditions and things like that. And yeah, just like weird philosophy, like even people who are interested in philosophy, I don't know, it's a niche within a niche to be very interested or to take seriously that free will doesn't exist, and I don't. And I pursue the philosophy there. It's possible I'm also a philosophical pessimist, which is like, I think, to quote To half quote, I can't quite quote from memory, but to half quote from memory, Thomas Ligotti and the Conspiracy Against the Human Race. At any given time, there's more cannibals on Earth than philosophical pessimists. So that's pretty niche if that is true. Do you like rendering or sketching more? Here's the crazy thing. I like rendering and sketching equally. It took a long time to get there, but I've basically found a way to unify them in my mind so that rendering feels like sketching. And that's the best thing I ever did for myself. Damien says, Damien Baraja Mattel, this follows with the last thing. Stephen, do you think that through drawing, could we free ourselves from the demiurge and transcend to the pleroma? No joke. Yes. No joke. Yes. You know, depends probably on your interpretation of the pleroma, but I think that through drawing, you could recognize that, you know, you're in the demiurge's prison, and through that begin a process of becoming ever more disenchanted with his Maya. But the transcendent part, I'll let you know once I transcend. Once I achieve gnosis, I'll hit you up and let you know. Reki says, did I willingly click on the stream or was I involuntarily drawn to it? The mistake there is trying to make a distinction. The truth is that the will and the involuntary were one and the same the whole time. Did I mention on this stream yet that FFI is on Proco now? We've talked about everything else, I feel like. The design course, we talked about some people's assignments. We showed some Form for Imagination feedback. We've talked about workshops that I'm planning on doing. But the most recent thing that happened is that Form for Imagination is on Proco now. So check that out if you're interested. Links in the description. And that's great because that's the core version of Form from Imagination, but I was very excited to put it on there because now the core version has its own little community as well, because over on Proco, they have the Proco community built into that. So I'm very happy to have that option out there. People can now get the core version of the course, which is the full course. And then on Proco, they have a way that they can have community with their peers. They can post their work, check out what other people are doing. Playing any games at the moment? I recently poked around in Lies of P again a bit, but I mean, we're talking, a half hour. I literally just moved through 2 gates and beat a boss, and then I was done. I don't have any time to... I don't really have any time to play anymore. And we're talking a half hour across 2 15-minute sessions that were probably a week apart. I'm a new dad. I don't know when's the next time I'm gonna get time to sit and play video games for a long while. Probably not until I'm doing it with my kid, so it's gonna be a bit. It might take a while before we get to Lies of P, though. Gonna have to start with some more kid-friendly games, I think. I gotta admit, though, I say that, and there's a little part of me that's like, I'm fucked up. It's like, I say that, I think I detect I'm saying that because I know I'm supposed to feel that way, but there's a part of me deep down that's like, I'm not sure I'm worried about my kids seeing stuff like Lies of P. Maybe it's just because I'm so nonplussed by like dark and kind of spooky imagery that I'm projecting that. I must be, because that means I'm assuming that my son is like me and that, he would only think this is cool and it wouldn't fuck him up. But he's not just a little me. He's his own person. So. But it's funny to feel that in myself, When I introspect on it in the moment, I'm like, I don't actually think I'm bothered at all by... It's like, that doesn't worry me. Spooky puppets, alien blood flying everywhere, swords slicing through the air. I'm like, what part of this is actually that bad for a little kid? For my little boy. Besides, I'm an American in the modern West. Everybody knows that our only real taboos are sexual. Violence means nothing. All of our actual taboos are purely sexual. Dark One says, we played Mortal Kombat as kids. Who cares? They're just games. Yeah. Mr. Crafter says, totally ramming whatever conversation was going on here. But what's the hair routine, Steven? I know that single curl falling on your forehead cannot happen naturally. There is no hair routine. People ask me this quite often. There's no hair routine. I probably should take better care of my hair. I don't know why the curl does what it does. Someone in my Discord said that it was carrying a great spiritual weight, and that's why it always falls in like a vague double helix or something. The hair routine, for real, as far as it is I get out of the shower and I take body lotion, body moisturizer, just cheap supermarket body moisturizer. I put that on my hands because my hands are always dry. And then the film that's left after rubbing it into my hands, I just go like that through my hair. Done. That's it. That's all I do. I probably should take better care of my hair, or any part of my skin or something like that, but I don't. Don't you know? The body is a graveyard. What are you trying to protect? And hair is vanity. I should just shave it off like a monk. Before I start buying expensive hair products, I'll shave it off. The monks have it right. It's dead skin cells. It's crazy the attachment that we develop to it. Body lotion on your hair. My girl would slander me if she called me trying. It works great. You know, it just, I don't know. It weighs it. You know, my hair is really like, it's big, and I just let it grow way too long, and it goes straight up. So I just need something in it to literally to weigh it down, and the body lotion does that. And I don't know, it's totally, I don't like gel and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know if you guys get it, but like all hair gel and like pomades and stuff like that, I find it drives me crazy, that like vaguely sticky feeling in my hair. I can't stand it. I can't have any real product in my hair. The body lotion is just, you rub it in and it feels like there's nothing in your hair. It just kind of weighs it down a bit and it just dissolves completely. It's the only thing I can bear. For the record, like, that's all, that routine I just described, that's what I did on my wedding day. I didn't even put product on my wedding day. On my wedding day, body lotion. Done. Man, stream went by fast today. It goes by quick when, now that the rate is reduced, now that I'm streaming like once a week, or it's been 2 weeks since this one, when there's been a big gap, it goes by fast. You know, it's almost 4 hours already. It's going to be 5 o'clock soon. I can feel the hunger creeping in. I'm going to want dinner soon. I'm liking this sketch much better now that I've intensified the values on the beast. I just needed to start way back here, get that really dark to get that sense of fall off, and then push across. Now I'm liking it much better. Have you seen Titanic? Oh yeah. I saw Titanic. Is this going to show how old I am? I saw Titanic in theaters as a kid. I think I remember my dad telling me to look away during the sex scene in the car. When did Titanic come out? How old would I have been? Could this have been during like a re-release of Titanic? Titanic film. No, 97. Yeah, I must have been 7 years old seeing it in theaters. And to little 7-year-old me, my dad was like, whoa, whoa, don't watch that. And I was like, no, Dad. Let me see. And he was like, no, hijo, no. This is not good for the guy. I was like, no, no. That's me pushing his hand away. No, no, Daddy. I've got to see this. No, Daddy. What's he doing to her? That's what I sounded like at 7. I was like, hold on. What's he doing to her body? And the drawing, I was already crazy about drawing then. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on, Daddy. Why is he drawing her like that? This links with what we were talking about before, that all American taboos are sexual and not violent. It's like, it's so clear, like your 7-year-old kid, you would happily watch John Wick with your 7-year-old kid and like nudge your kid and be like, isn't this cool? This guy killing people with guns in a glorified way. John Wick's great entertainment, I'm not saying that, but it's very odd that most people would soon be more comfortable with that, would be more comfortable at a gut level. I'm not saying they'd make the choice, but if they found themselves in a situation, you'd be more comfortable letting your kids see John Wick murder people, human beings, with guns in a glorified, stylized way, than you would be letting a kid of the same age see 2 people with bodies express their love for each other. Like, let's assume, because, in Titanic, it's like, they're in love. They're supposed to be in love in the story. It's like, it's not some exceptionally lusty situation. It's like, that's what you would be like, holy shit, get out of the room. It's like, it's weird. It's like, we're odd creatures. We're very odd creatures. Just go full Harkonnen eyebrows and all. Have you shaven your hair? No. It used to be much bigger when I was like in high school. I had a huge, huge fro. And I remember getting that almost buzzed. Like, it was actually just a normal haircut, just like a typical guy's haircut at the time. But to me, it felt like I had shaved it just because it was so different. You were blessed with gray hair so you can focus your time on drawing. It's just time. I mean, it'll thin like everybody else's. The body changes. I endeavor to not freak out about it when it happens. It's just natural. Things come and they go. Maybe a stoic acceptance of all of our hair thinning eventually. Maybe we can take that as a bit of practice for death. Stoic acceptance of death. Sir Stephen, have you heard about the buzz around Section 230 on the internet? I don't think 230 could ever get repealed. I think that there's an interesting case that the platforms are not publishers, that the content makers are really the self-publishers. Like, because look at me here in this situation. It would feel odd for you to say that YouTube is the publisher of this stream. It's me. I'm publishing the stream. Like, I do see that, like, YouTube is really not the publisher, right? Not when we analogize to things like books and things like that, right? Like, YouTube is not doing any vetting of the quality of this stream or anything like that, which is what certainly a book publisher does, right? They're controlling everything. They are vetting, they're editing, they're taking some responsibility for what's going on. It would feel weird if you told me that YouTube was the publisher of the stream. It feels like it's me. So having experience of being a content producer, I do understand that part of Section 230 that says the internet platforms in the current user-produced content era are not the publisher. There is also the very nuanced point that the algorithms do make them a sort of editor. And I think that I don't have an answer to that. I do see the nuance and the complications there. All I'm saying is that because it's so nuanced, it seems to me that in this current era, when there's nuance and complication like that, they always veer towards the benefit of the company. So given that, I just don't see how they would ever repeal 230, you know. It seems a nuanced analysis lately never lands on we're going to go with the people instead of the companies. Like, it always goes for the company. So I don't see it ever getting repealed. I think that there's improvements to be made, but less through repealing 230 and more through adding new regulations. It's like you can have both. To me, I feel like I can see how you can have both. You can say, no, you're not a publisher with the classic. You're not a publisher with the classic restrictions and responsibilities of a publisher, but you also do have a responsibility to do like content moderation in some non-heinous way and things like that, which they already do. They do have that responsibility, but even for the AI stuff, you know, to me it's. You could clearly say you're not a publisher, but you do have a responsibility to label and control and report and have transparency on AI generated content. It's like, why can't you have both of those? It's clear to me that you could. Hello, Mr. Clean. I have not seen the Clone Wars, the animated series you're talking about, right? I have not seen that. Don't you hate the word content? Oh my God. The fact that we have managed to unironically reduce all artistic output to content, to call it content, is a symptom of our time, my friends. I hear my wife putting one of the dogs in the bath, so something must have gone very wrong out there. It might be time for me to start wrapping up here. We've been going for 4 hours. It's 5 now. I got something about dinner. I wonder what's going on there. Do you think having a degree is necessary for being an artist? It is not, but I would say that. So a lot of people are inclined to say, oh, no one's ever asked me for my degree in my art career. It's not important to have one. And I unfortunately have to admit that I parroted that for a while. Now, I think I don't think you have to go get one, but I would say that if you started one, it's probably worth it to finish it. I didn't finish mine. So now, as the years have gone on and the world is changing, I wish I had. So for your career, for like your art career, like for being an artist, no, it's not necessary. But if you started one, if that's something that's on the table for you, I would say it can be a good idea and finish it. I probably don't have time to get into it in great detail, but basically like saying your degree doesn't matter, getting the degree doesn't matter, assumes that you're going to get this particular type of job in the art world and that you'll get that job. That's already an assumption. And that then you'll keep that job forever. So, you know, you're going to get one of these jobs that no one cares about the degree. A professional animator, illustrator, concept artist, fucking whatever, right? Where true, nobody is going to ask you for your degree. They want to see that you're awesome. But the thing is that, A, you might not get that job, actually. So you should finish your degree for reasons I'll explain. And then even if you have that job for a while, the world might change, AI, and you might lose that job. And then the degree is useful for other things then. You know, for example, I wish someone had explained this to me. If I understood this more deeply, I understand it more now. I probably would have finished my degree at the time. If you get your bachelor's, then later on in life, if you decide that you need to reskill and you need to change your career, even if you're leaving art, having your bachelor's will make it much easier for you to reskill by jumping to a master's in another field. Whereas if you don't finish your degree, you might have to restart from scratch, get a bachelor's in another field, and then go for your master's. Whereas if you had played your cards right, you could have jumped to that new field straight into a master's degree, an accelerated master's program using your bachelor's as your foundation, and then got into a job quicker. So there is actually big benefits in those contingent situations to having your degree. So if you started it, I think you should finish it. My sharpener is not sharpening my pencil right. My pencil sharpener is leaving a thin film of wood on the lead, and it's driving me crazy. What happened? Dave Kodak says, one of these days my question will be answered. What was your question? I will answer Dav Kodak's question, and then I will start wrapping up. Because I hear my wife struggling out there. I gotta go see what's up. George Lucas's wife is the voice of Jar Jar Binks. That better not be true. If that's true, I really don't like that. Stephen, I'm curious about what you'd say. I'm curious about what you would say to my response, to your response, to my response, to your response, to someone else a couple minutes ago further up the chat about the complete. That's way too far down. That is too many layers there. I'm not touching that. That's going to take a solid 15 minutes of parsing out, scrolling up and finding who you responded to, when and where. Boil it down to a, take the thrust of it and rephrase it into a new question instead. Dav says, it was in regards to unifying drawing and rendering because you said you should just view it as adding more info, but it still hasn't clicked for me. The only thing you're ever doing when you're drawing is explaining form and space. So when you're doing the contour, which is usually what people are doing when they're sketching, right? When people are sketching, not everybody, but for the most part, you're thinking about like the edges of forms. This is where most people start, right? We tend to sketch an arm like that. So there's a little bit going on the interior, but really what we focused on is the exterior, the contour. What is a contour? A contour is just where a form ends and the space around it begins. So to simplify, here's a blister. There, a blister in profile view. That's all I drew there, right? Just a little bump out. That's the contour of something. That's what everybody is having so much fun drawing. That same form, not viewed from profile, where the form and space begin, but now rotated so that we face it head on, has to be depicted as this. So to explain a form that is not on the contour, and so we can't explain it using just a contour line, the typical thing that we do is we explain it with form, with light and shadow. So this, if I transfer the lighting over to the blister, it's just, that's the core shadow. That's the shadow situation, right? Core shadow, halftone, terminator, all sort of bundled in there, right? It's just sitting here somewhere in the profile view. Do you see the connection that I'm making? This and this are the same thing. They're the same thing. All you're ever doing is explaining where and how a form sits in space. When you're doing the contour, you're just explaining the forms that happen to be at the edges. Forms that happen to be where the form meets the background, the space. And then on the inside of the form, you're just explaining the exact same thing with light and shadow. And because of the nature of hatching, you have to do it with more lines, right? If you were using a paintbrush, you wouldn't need to do it with so many lines. You might do it with quite few. You might do it with just 3 or 4 blobs of paint. So then the difference between the contour and the inside, the form, the rendering, is less. It's 1 line on the contour with the paintbrush or 3 daubs of paint with the paintbrush, right? So different mediums let you close the gap more, but it's the same thing. You're not actually doing anything different. If you can unify these things in your head, as I have, then sketching, as generally construed, throwing lines that define the contours, since it's the same thing as rendering, you're just adding form information, rendering can feel as exciting as sketching. And for me, it does. It's the same thing. I don't feel any friction about the extra lines, the doing the modeling factors. I have that ingrained enough that it's just as fun and easy for me as doing a line, right? So the wall dissolves, and now I don't have the problem that so many artists have where they find rendering to be a pain in the ass or boring. It's just as fun as sketching. It's just as fun as sketching, and that's why I render so early in a sketch, and I design while rendering. You know, I don't need to design just with lines. I very quickly, as I work, I start designing with the interior shapes and fine modulations of form and things like that. And that's a big part of my style. It's what makes my work look unique, and it's a big part of what people resonate with in my work, and it's just great. It's just great. It's like I'm coming off like Arnold talking about how great it is to get the pump at the gym. So yeah, that's what I mean when I say you can unify them and make them feel the same. And people have. Many of my students have. They've broken down that barrier. Form from Imagination in particular. That course has broken down that barrier for a lot of people. All right, and with that, I'm going to call it a stream. Thanks for hanging out and drawing for the past 4 or so hours. We poked at a bunch of drawings, and this one's coming along well now, I think. Snowd says, I was just thinking images aren't neutral. If someone is comfortable putting antisocial images into the world, surely they shouldn't be complacent in that. It's definitely possible to make images that hurt people, but I think that's a vast minority of an extreme minority of artists are actually interested in making those. I agree that for the people who do want to make those like deeply antisocial images, that is a sort of edge case where we have to have a different ethical and philosophical discussion there. But just most people don't want to do that. That's not why most people are in the game, baby. I'm doing well, Charlie. I'm wrapping up now, but happy to have that you came by. Declan says, I'm curious to hear your opinion, but do you have faith in the AI bubble popping and an indie renaissance happening here soon? Overpromise returns going to crash these companies. I do think there will be I think AI will pop. I personally do. That doesn't mean that it'll affect the economy in the way that a lot of people are thinking. I do think if the AI bubble popped right now, it would be devastating for the economy, or at least for the markets. But it's possible that before it pops, another interesting technology also emerges, and then that starts subsidizing the markets, if you get what I'm saying. If that happened, then it's possible that the AI bubble would pop, but then because that other tech is also propping up the market, the crash wouldn't be as bad as it otherwise would be. Possible something like that. Indie renaissance happening? I have no idea. I mean, maybe I'm just not optimistic enough by nature, but like, I sure hope there would be an indie renaissance if the AI bubble popped, but I don't know if there would be. I think that power and influence and capital continue to get ever more and more consolidated. You see that companies are much more reticent to take swings on things and to test things and to take risks. And I think that that's very deeply entrenched, not just in AI, but in the current, the current technocracy that has overtaken capitalism, right? Like the techno focus of capitalism. The technopoly, as a Neil Postman put it. But I think that is probably more influential on those things than just the AI thing. And in some sense, AI is an extension and an outgrowth of that. You know, we let AI take over so quickly because we're in a technopoly. So I don't know, even if AI popped, I'm not sure it would trigger that indie renaissance. It's possible AI just pops, crashes the market, and then companies are still just afraid to release their capital and take risks on things and allow an indie market to emerge because of all those other consolidating effects of the technopoly. Great. But maybe I'm just being a pessimist. Thanks, Barbie Bourboninator. Bernaneta. All right, everybody. I'm going to peace. Goodbye to David, Mr. Clean, Chair Curry, Tu Fiorento, De Goya Certuisuit, David Carrario, 400, Oreranin. Goodbye to Barbie Burninator. Goodbye to Jojo. Goodbye to A25. Goodbye to Daryl Grant. Goodbye to Radu. Goodbye to Dav Kodaks. Goodbye to Snoge. Goodbye to Rekimaru. Goodbye to Kyukusei. To Chicken Po. To Mystic Crafter. To Radu Draws. To Jack Fell Down. Goodbye, goodbye. Happy drawing. Keep up the good work. Keep fighting out there. Don't let anybody tell you what to think about AI. Resist. Mystic says, might try lotion in my hair. Give it a shot. You never know. You never know. You know, it turns out everything really needs is moisture. All we really need is for everything to be soaking wet.